All right, welcome to the August 28th, 2020 Club Cubase Google Hangout. We will start in just a few moments. I'm going to do a quick audio test and make sure everything is functioning as expected. Give me 1 second. All right, so we have that coming through loud and clear. My name is Greg Undo. I will be the host for the Hangout today. I'm based out of the United States outside of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as a Steinberg specialist. And I'll be answering the topics that come up in the Hangout today. If you haven't been on a Hangout before, how it basically is going to work is we could ask questions, we could have them submitted in advance, or we could just simply enter the questions into chat field on the live chat field on the right-hand side. We're going to wait and let people get logged in maybe about 10 minutes after the hour. So if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself. If you're watching this on the replay, make sure to go ahead and skip ahead. We'll try to have the index done for this later tonight. But if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, and if you have questions, go ahead and ask them in the chat area. If we could try to avoid asking the same questions repeatedly over and over again, that's always helpful. It makes it easier to get through all the different chat fields when we're going through a number of questions. So we have a lot of questions, and if I will get behind what the questions are when we'll try to get through each question as completely and succinctly as possible. So if you ask your question, if you type it in 10 times in a Hangout, it's not going to get answered any quicker. Also, in asking questions, it could be helpful to indicate which version of Cubase you have, if it's a Cubase Elements or Cubase Pro, if it's 10.5 or version 7, that's helpful as well. But let's go ahead and take a look and see who is on the Hangout today. All right, so we see Ace from Texas. All right. Okay, so we see Ted Springman from Sherman Oaks. Okay, so we have Sub 403 from British Columbia. Okay. Okay, just going through. So we see Ed Bowler. We have Sir Robert Robinson from Atlanta, longtime attendee. All right, so we have Gareth with his comment, wow, already 2 hours of questions here. So that's good. Just see a comment because I wasn't able to do the Hangout on Tuesday. So I was closing on my house sale, so everything went great with that. So I have a big fat bank account for a couple days. So that's good. Put it into our new house. All right. So we have Amir from Iran. Good to see you on a Hangout again. Okay. So we have Agent K. Good to see him on. He's always very helpful with doing moderation when needed on the forums, on the chats. We have Taylor from Pine Grove. Always good to see you, Taylor. We have Glenville, New York. All right, Jazz Dude from Germany. Good to see you. We have India. All right, so we have Jan from Stockholm. We have Pakistan. right, good to see Pinder. Okay, so we have a question on some very audio stuff, so we'll go through that. All right, so we'll let people get logged in. So there's some more people logging in. All right, so we have Scottsdale, Arizona. We have Kenya. All right, India. All right, so we have Cali. Okay, so we have Brooklyn checking in. So I see a question. Monday's hangout was canceled, right? I didn't miss it. And we didn't have one. We usually have it on Tuesdays, but it could be Mondays depending where you are, I guess. But I had to do closing on a sale of my house, so my old house now. So we didn't have it this week, so I wouldn't have to rush back. Enough to worry about. And I think it was my first day off from work, a vacation in over a year. So it's nice to have a day off a little bit. All right, so we have North Carolina, Switzerland. All right, we'll get started here in just another minute or two. All right. Some more questions coming in, more people getting logged in. All right, so we have Detroit. Good to see Steven on. Just so I see a question, what's being covered today. So generally what the Hangouts are is there's no real central topic, but what we do is just kind of answer people's questions. So any questions you have, just ask. And that way every Hangout's kind of unique and different. We have some questions that are the same from Hangout to Hangout, but everyone's kind of unique and different. So it's really whatever questions you have. See, nice comment. Love from India, Greg. Love your art. I just talk and push buttons and move a mouse around, but thank you for the kind sentiment and words. Okay, check the time. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So I'll scroll way back up to the top. Hi, Greg. I hope you and your family are doing well. We are. Thank you for asking. Sometimes when I load up my full contact VST 64-bit, get a crash or have issues with Cubase 10.5. Do you have a tip on how to get it to work? So, if you're loading it with, different, so it doesn't say, I don't have a sense, Ace, if you're loading it with a bunch of sounds or if it's just an empty instance. Sometimes I've seen sometimes when people load up a software sampler with a lot of content that could take a lot of the computer memory. So it could be that could be causing a crash, or if you're just, I think just opening up the just a blank instance of Kontakt shouldn't cause any problems. And if you are working with a VST instrument that is multi-timbral, so let's say if we have something similar to like a Halion Sonic SE, where we could have multiple, sounds going in within one device, that sometimes, if we do this, we could have multiple sounds kind of all, if we have 16 sounds loaded here, that one instance here could actually be only using one processor core. So sometimes you may want to split larger sample libraries across multiple instances so that you have more instances with fewer sounds in each instance. And at that point, that could allocate the processing across different CPU configurations as well. So maybe Ace, I know sometimes you kind of get your question early and check back, but check with that and see if that makes sense. So question from Ed Buller. Hi, Greg. I hope you and yours are well. We are, thanks. How to import key commands from 9.5 to 10.5. It loads them, but nothing happens. So, if you've saved your key commands, and we could just go here to your edit menu to key commands. And as we want to look, you could save just by clicking on the store, and you could have different key commands that will allow you to have presets. So if you wanted to just come over here and have your different preset configurations, and once it's saved in one version, the other versions of Cubase that you install after, whether it's, 8, if you saved it in 8.5 and you have 9, 9.5, 10, 10.5, once it's saved as a preset, then it will become available to use. So, but sometimes people will have all their key commands, and they won't save it as a preset, and then it's not actually stored. One other way of doing that is if you go to your edit menu, is to store it in a profile. And a profile is a very powerful thing that will save all your key commands, your macros, your preferences, user settings, user presets that you've created, all in one consolidated file. Okay. Okay, question. What's the fastest way to render a drum MIDI clip in Groove Agent into separate audio tracks at once? So I will just do a new project here. I'll just go to one different project. Okay, so I will just kind of drag a particular pattern here to my project window. And what I want to do is to just take this MIDI pattern. So we'll double click and we can see the MIDI pattern here. And I will go to, and this could depend on your instrument. So if I have, like in Groove Agent, we want to just basically split these to different outputs. So at this point, I can say I want my kick going to output 2, my snare going to out 3, hi-hat to output 4, and let's say overheads to output 5, output 6 for my room mics. So as I play back this particular project now, and we look at the mix console, we can see we're going to have multiple. And what I'm going to do now is just go to my edit menu. And since it's being bussed out of separate outputs, I will just go to edit to render in place. And I'll just go to my render settings. At this point, I'll just say, we could just even keep it dry. And I will just say render. And as we do this, it's going to create my multiple tracks. So I can see that I'm just going to have the kick isolated, my snare, hi-hats, it's kind of low, overheads, and my room mics. So those are all just isolated. So once I have these drum sounds routed to separate outs, just selected, go to your edit menu to render in place. And these were the settings that I used, and that will automatically split your multi-track, your multi-MIDI note patterns directly to independent audio tracks for you. Okay, from Sub 403, hi Greg, what up Bassheads from BC? Could you explain the different insert monitor slots in the control room? So when we have our control room set up here, we could see that we will have, so I'll just put this on a quick loop. So we go to our control room and we can see insert slots. So at this point, the control room is going to be independent of the mix console. So if you wanted to do processing on the 2-bus or the master for applying like a glue compressor or EQ, what you could do is apply it here. And this will be included and rendered within the file. But sometimes you may want to have plugins that are really dedicated for just the monitoring. Such as if you have a monitor like SonarWorks or something like that, or if you just wanted to apply metering plugins, at this point, what you're able to do is just say, okay, I wanted to go to my monitors, and this will say, I will come over here to tools and say, I just wanted to have a multi-scope. So if I wanted to take my actual mix and be able to say, okay, I want frequencies, and I want this to be what's actually being affected, directly on we could see this. So this isn't going to affect, and if I wanted to apply an EQ that was more corrective, let's say, like, if you had NS10s, and a lot of people would kind of find them a little harsh, and you just wanted to EQ the NS10s without affecting the EQ of the mix, that's where you could apply these different effects. Now, as you do this also, so you could have those on the monitors, but also each headphone mix could have up to 8 insert effects. So if you wanted to give a courtesy reverb to a vocalist, or if you wanted to monitor the guitar through an amp simulator, but not have it in the project itself, you could then run the different headphone mixes, could have their own EQs as necessary. So that's, I hope that makes sense with that, but that's how you could use inserts. And again, it's not going to affect the output. Like when you render the file, it's just going to, like, as the audio is passing through the control room, at that point, it will allow you to make adjustments in the monitoring path. Okay, so I see from Derek Marshall, edit in Wavelab and back to Cubase. How can you apply an effects chain and then return seamlessly? When you render it, creates a new file, which is not linked back. Thanks. Okay, so I haven't done this in a little bit, but let's give it a try. So let's say if I have a drum loop, just that there, and I want to just come here, and we'll say edit in Wavelab. Okay, and let me just put like a really awful, obvious sounding thing. So let's throw just a chorus. Okay, so this is going. Sorry, I don't have the Wavelab route it where you hear. So it's going out to different. So I will go ahead and render this file. And I'll just say, let's render in place. Okay, so now we play this back. Let me just see if I can switch the audio interface here quickly. So you don't have to hear it through the mic. All right, let me just check that connection one more time. Oh, wrong interface. You see how many interfaces I need to make a Hangout happen here. Okay, so that is now applied this particular effect to it. And I think let's go ahead and see what happens if we now go back to Cubase. I want to say that there is a step in Wavelab to update this. So let's say I'll do a save. Okay, and I'll go back here to and there's one, I'm forgetting the step to kind of have it migrate back to Cubase. Let me it's one little mouse click. It's eluding me now. So let me just. I'm going to have to go back and watch my tutorial video on it. Just see if I can. All right, so. Yeah, I know you could do it, but there's like one little click that you might have to do to make this to have those changes go back to Cubase. And I know I'm just missing that, but I will do some research on it, and I could have the answer in the next Hangout. And I'll see if I have a minute. I'll see if I have some time to get it. But you can go back and forth with the processing. But I'll see if I can get it sorted out for you, Derek. Sorry. Okay. Okay, question. How do you drag tracks around in the mix window, move the hi-hat to the other side of the snare, etc.? So we can't really move tracks in the mixer. Seems kind of obvious, but it doesn't work that way. So what you have to do is to move the tracks on the main project window, and that. So if I have this here and I move it down, we'll see that reflect in the mixer, but we can't drag in the mixer itself. So we have to do it from within the tracks currently. So I know that could be kind of disappointing and a bummer. It doesn't work that way, but that's just how it is. But and I kind of pass that suggestion on a lot as feedback. Okay, so question from Ted Springman. Good to see you on the Hangout. Hi, Greg. Could you do a quick rundown of which track types are limited to only one instance per project? So when you come here, we could see what we call, tracks that could be used multiple times within the project here. So I just click on the plus tracks. And then when you see more tracks like tempo, signature, arranger, transpose, chord, video, these are called system. These are considered, I think, the terminology that the developers or within Cubase is a global track. So these global tracks these are the ones here that can only be used once, a single time within a project. So that would be tempo, signature, arranger, transposed, chord track, and video tracks. Now, a lot of these you could also have different track versions of, but just a single instance of those particular tracks. And when we go to audio, instrument, sampler, MIDI, group effect, VCA, marker, ruler, folder, those can be used multiple times. So when you go to the add tracks dialog, when you click on this plus sign, when you go to more tracks, these ones under more tracks are the ones that could only have a single instance within the Cubase project. Okay, it's good to see Matt from Fort Wayne. Okay, so I just see DAW expert, but Cubase newbie checking in, posted a question through the mail. So yeah, we'll get to those a little bit later, but I know we got a number of mailed in questions. Okay. Okay, so a question from Taylor. Recently, when I export a file upon completion, the project begins playing. Is there a preference to prevent this? It only began doing this since I upgraded to 10.5, but now 9.5 as well. So let's take a look. It'll say I'll just export. So I'll just do a single, and I'll say my stereo out. So when I say export audio, so as I did that, it just exported the particular audio file right there, but it didn't play. Check also, one thing it might be is to see if it is let's see if it maybe changes the behavior, if it's set to a real-time export. So let's see if that changes things. So I will just... So it's doing real-time export of the drum loop. All right, and as we do that, it's not playing. So I'm not sure what would cause it to play if you're maybe playing first and then did the export. So let's see if I do the export maybe while it's playing, if that changes it. I'll choose not to do real-time export. Stops playback, and then come here, and then we'll have that. So I can't get mine to play, but I don't know of a preference that would do that. But check to see if you have real-time exported or if you're using external processors or external instruments. If it's just software-based, if it does that for you, if you had the same behavior Taylor. Okay, hi Greg. My project keeps creating a .csh file. What can I do with them? So I'm not sure if that's I just ran into this. I'm just going to do a quick search for something really quick. Because I think I ran into this with a friend of mine the other day, and it was like, it was creating a CSH file when he was trying to save a template. So let me just check something quickly. Okay, so it looks like this .csh files are when you do direct offline processes. So that keeps track. So if you did if you had a guitar file and you then did an offline process for putting an amp modeler, a EQ, a chorus, a flanger, a wah-wah, and you want to take the flanger off. So it looks like the CHS files are going to be dealing with the direct offline processes. So, unless you wanted to, not have the flexibility of the direct offline processing, you may want to probably leave those alone. So that, because with the direct offline processing, if you're not familiar with it, what you could do is actually, if you did 7 edits on a particular file, you could take out edit number 4 without affecting edits 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7. So I think that's kind of keeping track of the direct offline process history. Okay, so I see a question. Mac OS, when I replaced my audio interface with a Motu 828ES, all my standalone Steinberg instruments, Halion 6 and Sonic and GA and Grand died. They don't respond to MIDI. So, if you want to make sure that it could be set up where, make sure that as you have MIDI going in, that, you'll see like your MIDI activity here in the transport. So I hit my MIDI keyboard, look for that MIDI activity. And, it doesn't indicate if you're using maybe the Motu as if your old interface was being used as the MIDI interface or not. So I'm not sure if you're using the Motu 828ES, but if you wanted to go and see what MIDI interface that you have at this point, you could come to your studio setup, and then you'll see like your MIDI port setup, and make sure that you have your MIDI controller connected to one of those devices. You could also check easily. So say if I have a sound loaded up, you could see if the instrument itself will play from this, and you could also hit Alt or Option plus K, and this will allow your computer keyboard to trigger MIDI. And if that's all kind of working as expected, it's probably, check to make sure that your MIDI connection from your controller is still functioning and still visible in the operating system. I know some people will remove an audio interface that has a MIDI port, and maybe their controller is set up for that, or perhaps there's a conflict with your MIDI interface, and it's pretty rare these days. But check just to make sure, Sven, that what MIDI interface that you're using as well. But, if it's playing back, and then, from the keyboard or from the virtual in the instruments themselves, or playing back from the virtual keyboard, Cubase is operating fine, and you just want to make sure that your MIDI interface is selected. It could also be, like you may have it set to a particular MIDI port here as opposed to all MIDI inputs. So you could try setting it to all MIDI. If it's not set to all MIDI inputs, try to set it directly to a particular MIDI port here and see if that makes a difference. Okay, so I see more information, kind of a thread later. I can't even play them from the on-screen keyboards pads. There's no audio output. All settings are correct. All other instruments and software works. Any idea what can be wrong? It could be that, as you're working with this, if you start with a very simple setup. So if you're not hearing the MIDI, make sure that you have your audio connections are being are set up correctly. So if you wanted to go here to your outputs and make sure, and you could also just test that, if you're playing just a blank part, just hitting C to see if your metronome is sounding. But it shouldn't really, as long as you have your audio interface, it could, if you're starting with a template, make sure that, when you're doing this, that those particular instruments, how you're running, the instruments or the MIDI part, that these are being sent out to the correct audio port. So if you're not hearing it from here, that would indicate that maybe this instrument is routed to somewhere that's not being configured with your new audio interface. But you could see, as you go to play particular instruments, let's say if I go to my Halion Sonic SE, you can see if you have MIDI communication by just hitting your MIDI keyboard. But that audio from, depending on if it's an instrument track, it's a little more streamlined. If it's a MIDI track being routed to a virtual instrument, you may have to check just the audio routing of that particular track as well. So I'm sure you can get it figured out, but I understand the frustration. Okay, so you see question, hi, need interface for Cubase Pro 10.5. Which one is cheap for your recommendation? John from UK. The one that I take on the road with me all the time when I used to travel, and I used to be the guy who was doing 100 plus flights a year previous to COVID. If you're looking for an inexpensive interface, you can check out a UR22 Mark II. Or for a little more money, check out a UR22C. And that has 2 mic preamps. The UR22C, one of the differences, they're kind of very similar, but the UR22C has a USB-C connector on it and also has built-in DSP. So you could have reverb and guitar amps that are powered from the audio interface itself. So that is kind of a big plus if you're recording vocalist, and it has a built-in MIDI interface. And it's built like a tank. So, check out like a UR22C. I think is a great interface. Okay, so you see a question from Taylor. Working in the score editor in 10.5, if I split notes and move them, lyrics do not add correctly, tab positions, skip notes, or displace. Is this a remedy? It doesn't happen in 9.5. So let's take a quick look. I'll just do a quick MIDI recording here. Bear with me. So just all right. So there's my 21st century for Gareth to steal from me now. All right. So I will come over here. Let's get to our score editor. And let me just quantize this quickly. Okay, so it says if I split notes and move them, lyrics do not add correctly. Tab position, skip notes. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, so I will just come over here. Let's add some lyrics. Okay, so I will just select these lyrics and move them up. Okay, so now when I'm here, and let's say if I go to reposition notes, that the lyric is tied directly with that. So let's say, so let's say if he splits notes, so let's say if I wanted to take that long note there and I'll split it in my score editor or my key editor here. Okay, so now I can see that where we had split the note, that now it's kind of just carried the lyric over. But if I just delete that, that kind of seems, that is now kind of carried over. But I think that kind of makes sense for behavior. But maybe Taylor, if you could let me know. But it seems like that's working. I can see where, adding the word again on the split note where, you may have to erase that, but that seemed to kind of work. So, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding as well. Okay, so question, can you show how to undo VariAudio edits from a vocal track? Must be easy, I guess. Greets from Piet or Pete. So if I've done different edits on VariAudio, and we'll just make this into kind of full screen. And let me just make it a little larger so we can see it more obviously. So anytime that I make an edit here, it's just Control or Command Z for undo and Control or Command Shift plus Z for redo. So it just shows up in your edit history. So if you go to edit history, you could see kind of all of the different edits that you've done on this particular project. Just like that. All right, good to see Millard Brown on the Hangout and also Serban from Romania. Okay, best way to create a harp glissando, say E minor, 3 octaves, the easy way. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to come here, I will add just a quick MIDI track or an instrument track. Okay, let me just add an instrument track. Okay, so let's say we have. Okay, so we have kind of a harp sound, and let's say if I just wanted to take a bunch of notes here. And I'll just make it a little bigger so we could see it a little bit. Okay, so let's say we want to do like an E minor. So I will just grab my line tool and let's just grab my paint. All right, so let me just. So let's say if I just wanted to I'll just make this into like 30-second notes. Okay. And so I just kind of randomly drew some notes in. And let's say if I want this to transpose to scale, I could just try logical editor. So we're going to say transform types are equal to note, and we want to say value 1, the pitch we want to transpose to scale, and let's say E minor. So we'll just come right there. And now we can hit apply, and as we do this, we can... So let's, so if you want to do something like that, so just kind of randomly drawing in notes, and if you want it to be set directly to your scale, you could do that. So if we wanted to undo, we can see that we just had random notes drawn in, but just kind of drawing in kind of a flourish of notes. And let's say here I want the And so once we do this, I have that same logical editor preset. That'll take all the notes here and transpose it to, so we can just look at it as. So, and you could also, if you wanted to, just have this note be heavily accented. Just delete that note, but let's say so at that point you could just and have this kind of so maybe something like that. And so I think using the logical editor, just kind of drawing some notes, and I use kind of just one of the draw tools a lot of people don't know is just to paint. Just kind of draw in a bunch of notes and use the logical editor preset. And select the notes. You want to choose transform, and then you want to transpose it to scale. So, and then you could just kind of create, and a lot of harp glissandos, and there's a lot of patches like that we have within Iconica that are kind of set up for, so if you have Iconica, that's a great way to make sure that you have your harps. Yeah, your harp glissando. So if you wanted to just come here, you could say, I want to do, if you have this library, this is kind of an easy way of doing this. So you can say, okay, I just want to do my harp glissando for, I just hit one note. And every key will have different kind of harp arpeggios. But if you're trying to just kind of enter it in MIDI, you could do that approach, that technique that we kind of showed. So. See John Costigan checking in from Kenosha. So we're wishing that you're doing safe, kind of watching in the news. So I was thinking of you as all the different protests were going down. So we hope you're safe. I've been to Kenosha a number of times. So I was thinking of you, John. So we wish you well and safety and to be safe. So. All right, so question from Paulie D. Thanking me, saying yay on a successful closing. Thank you. Okay, Cubase 10.5 imported a recorded flute part, which is slightly sharp by a few cents. versus VI library. How do I adjust the pitch on the audio slightly? So really all you have to do is, if you have, I'll just take this audio file here, this drum loop. And so if I want to take this, I could select the event and we'll see transpose, which we could transpose down by semitones. But you also have fine tune, and fine tune is sense. So if you find that, you needed to go in between semitones, you could just adjust this sense. And it's also helpful. I know some people are like, oh, I want, to tune to, instead of A440 or 442, I want it to be 432. And what you could do is just have your audio come here and just adjust the sense down to -8. And that would do kind of just a quick micro transpose in sense and semitones. So you think fine tune is sense, transpose here as semitones. So experiment with that, and that will just do it in real time on playback. Okay, so just seeing from Acme brand, please do a new in-depth video on VST System Link. So I'll see if I can get one going. I think I have some audio interfaces with SPDIF. I may need another interface with SPDIF, but I think I may have one in my closet that I could use. So it says, any known issues with Focusrite Products Mix Control Program using 10.5 with AI8? Did self-test only getting transmit signal but no receive signal. So I guess this is in relation to System Link. So I haven't heard of, System Link isn't as widely used, so I haven't heard, there's probably not a lot of people are utilizing it. So I haven't heard of any issues with Focusrite products. I know that, particularly some interfaces would work better and kind of immediately, work and transmit over, with kind of more stable clocks could be an issue. But it says, did self-test only getting transmit signal, but no receive signal. So, it could be, I'm not sure if you're connecting it via ADAT or SPDIF or AES, but if you could maybe pass on that information, that would be helpful as well. But sometimes it could be set up where, when you go into, and I'm assuming this is about System Link, that, once you have this set up, we could just see kind of active and online, and I don't have a digital connection here, but that you should be able to see. But make sure that you have, the same sample rate on both sides and the same bit depth on both sides as well. And sometimes, a SPDIF, like a Toslink, could be running as SPDIF, or it could be running as like an ADAT optical, and make sure that those are configured the same way. So if it's set up to be an ADAT optical and it's looking for a SPDIF, that probably will cause it not to work as well, if it's kind of that, if it's having that discrepancy. Okay, so I see question. I've forgotten how to compile my own MIDI riffs. For example, if I want to recall a specific string sequence pattern for trailer music, how to take a MIDI stem and save to recall in any project. So let's say if I wanted to take my horrible harp gliss and I have this set up, and let's let's say as we're here, and I wanted to save that particular part, what I would do is just come over here, go to my file and export. And we would say just a MIDI loop. So you could do a MIDI loop, and at this point you could export your MIDI loop and recall that into any project, and that would recall the instrument with its settings and the part. Or you could just go to File and import tracks from project. And this way, as you go to a particular project, you could come over here and just say, oh, is that harp part, or is this, the piano part, the bass line, the vocal, whatever. So at that point, you could just import that data without having to save and export it independently for you. Sorry, you may hear my son. He's home, and so he's running around, so you may hear him screaming. He seems to be happy now. So I apologize if you hear him kind of screaming outside my office here. So. Okay, so let's move on. Thanks for all the great questions. Okay. All right, my chat field jumped, so let me just go ahead and circle back. Okay, so you see Andre Angelo. It's like first time on a Hangout, so we're glad to have you. Feel free to ask any questions or just watch, whatever you want. So. I'm going to turn my phone off so it doesn't beep the whole Hangout. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, also see Banana Hammock, interested to see what you have for us. I recently picked up Cubase and just getting familiar. Congratulations on your Cubase purchase. And so we hope you enjoyed the program and learned some tips and tricks. So question, how can I turn off the count in Cubase 10.5? So let's say if I come here and so I'm not sure if there could be a couple of different count ins. So if it's like during recording, where we hear that, let me just check my system link here. Sorry about this. See if I can get it stop being a mono. Let me just check my connections here really quick. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So with the count in, so if I want to record, and if I hit record, we may get like a 2-bar count in. And if you want that to stop, I think we would just go to transport to metronome setup. So you can say number of bars for count in. So if you wanted that to, so you could choose like click during count in, click while playing. So if you want to just come here, let's hit record. And I think if we also just go to maybe our transport settings here. So activate count in and turn that off so that now So I'll hit record again. So, you could come over here. So check out, your settings under transport and to metronome setup. So you could do count in. So you could use custom time signatures. You could have the no click during the count in. So some different settings there. But if you wanted to just, start recording right at the point, just hit the record button right after play, or you could do just a pre-roll. So check out some of his options in the metronome setup. And if you want the metronome just off, just hit C. So question, I have a question. Can Cubase be used for live performance? Is it possible to move the first marker to the next marker, but the time still in tempo? So when we come over here, let's take a look and let's add some markers. So let's say song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so really once you have the markers here, you could just hit N, and that will take you to the next marker, B to the previous marker. So there's lots of people doing creative Cubase stuff for live performance. I mentioned on the Hangouts previously, Donny Osmond had a very extensive setup for his whole Broadway show with 4 video screens running from Cubase, and he had his front of house mix, all of his monitors automated in Cubase, backing tracks, everything kind of pre-programmed, so that strings and different instruments like that were all kind of done in Cubase. So he had his in-ear monitors done with custom choreography cues, and you also see people like Hans Zimmer when he's out live. They are all the instruments that the keyboardists are using are being run from Cubase, but you could definitely just set up either markers and navigate quickly. So it says it's possible to move to the first marker to the next marker, but the time is still in tempo. So it's very easy to just navigate. You could also use like the arranger track, which is another thing that people use for live performance, where you say this is song 1, song 3, and you could have like your whole set kind of laid out for you. So as you wanted to come here, and then you could just change your set order if you wanted to, and Cubase would just play back in non-linear fashions. And if you change the set the next night, all you have to do is just say, okay, we're going to play that song before this song. So Cubase is definitely used for live performance a lot. Okay. So from Gareth, Greg, could you do a demo of the capabilities of Loop Mash as an instrument? So Loop Mash is a really interesting one. So, and it's kind of, it's a bit atypical for, normal instruments. So let me just revert this quickly and we'll add it. And what Loop Mash is going to allow you to do is to kind of take different loops and combine them. And kind of mash up different elements of different loops. So Loop Mash can be worked as a VST. You can utilize it as a VST instrument, or there's a performance section that you could use for more like kind of DJ performance style effects. So I will just kind of start off, and let me just play just a little bit here. Okay, so I'll turn on So we could have different loops. And then we have one loop that will be kind of set to the loop that's going to be kind of like the master time. And we could just drag and drop any audio file directly in here. So let's say if I just want to take, let's say maybe like a beat here. So I'll just drag this in. And as it does that, it does like a perceptual analysis of that. So, and we could have up to 8 different loops. So if I wanted to incorporate some of the elements of this drum loop, and if I want less of this, and if I wanted the drums to be kind of the basis for the rhythmic timing of the track, I could click here. And now I could have more of the guitar. And you could bring in more or less elements, but choose one to be kind of the master timing. So if I want the guitar here to be the master timing and have the drums follow that, or the opposite. And you could set up these different scenes. And as you do this, each of these scenes can be triggered from a MIDI note. And you can just trigger these different performances. So each of these can be its own scene. So if you wanted to kind of adjust the different elements to combine different components and different feels. And we could have 8 stereo outputs. And again, just trigger that. Then you can get into your performance controls. And you can do this as an insert effect on any audio track. So these are just triggered from a different range of keyboards. And just so each scene you can trigger different loops. So once you have this, and now you want to go to your performance controls and do. So we're going to do drops. And then just kind of. So your MIDI notes can actually trigger each of these scenes, and these scenes, you know, you could have 24 scenes. So I think 2 octaves full of different loops that are set up per instance of loop mash. And what I see a lot of people do is once they have that track, that's kind of in skeleton form and they're looking for that produced sound, all they have to do is they just add some different loop mash elements kind of slightly underneath to make it more interesting. But it's a fascinating instrument to kind of play with, and just kind of, think of, you need to pick one instrument as kind of the foundation, the rhythmic foundation, and then your other elements you could bring in to change how many elements from different sample loops are being used. And then just hit a MIDI note. And then once you to get into your performance controls. And this is all displayed in real time and responds directly to MIDI information just like that. So I hope that helps, Gareth. But, play around with it, and I think you'll like it. Okay, so quick question on direct out routing. Can I mult an audio track to several outs when it seems like it toggles when highlighted? So if you wanted to do direct routing, this is kind of a very powerful thing for if you're doing like parallel processing, or if you want to send something to multiple outs. So we'll take a look at this. But there is one little hidden gem that to be aware of. So let's say if I have like all my drums here and I want to set parallel processing on all of my, so I'm going to have, let's say 2 groups. So I will right click and we're going to add 2 group tracks. And what I want to do is I'll just go to my full screen mixer, and we'll go to our racks and we'll make sure that we have direct routing enabled. So I'm going to turn on my direct routing. So right now these are all going to my stereo output. But if I wanted to send all of my drums to this group and to this group, or to different outputs, what I would do is just come here. I'm going to select all my drums, just hold down the shift key, and I'll hold down Alt or Option plus Shift. And we're going to send this to group 1. Okay, and then I'm going to send it to group 2. And when we look at this, you may go, okay, and I think what you're noticing is that if I come here, I could select all of these, and I'm going to choose stereo out for here, let's say. Sorry, let me just get this. So I'll just come here and say we're going to send this to group 1. And these could all go to group 2 as well, but you have to go to this little drop down menu just to the left of racks. And then you'll see this little checkbox for direct routing summing mode on. And then once you have that, we could activate the routing so it goes to 2 different groups. So now as I do this, I could send it to group 1 and to group 2. So if I wanted to do like really heavy compression, and do like parallel processing, or to mult, but if it seems like it's only going to one of the devices, and again, just to the left of where the racks, where it is in the upper right-hand corner of the full mix console, just make sure that you have direct routing summing mode on. Otherwise, it's only going to go to one destination, but if you want to send it to multi out to multiple destinations, just come right here and say direct routing, and make sure that that is checked, and then you should be all set. All right, so see a question. Best way for volume of track B to exactly follow volume contour of track A. So let's say I will come here. So let's say if I just have some volume automation on my kick. So I'll just go ahead and automate this. right, so now we go back. We should see the... All right, so there's our automation. So if let's say if I just come here and if I wanted to link channels, and then I could just say, let's link volume of those two. Let's see if that does it. Okay, so let me just make sure I have that set up right. Okay, but what else you could do is just come here and we'll see the volume automation. So I will just... let's say select all, copy, go to this tracks and go to the automation. And then I will just hit Alt V for paste at origin. Let me just put it in the... we just copy this. So just hitting Control Command C. And it should copy the automation over. Let me just... it's... just try with a new project here. It doesn't have automation. Okay, so let's say I have automation there, and as this is going, we'll start to see the automation moving up and down. So I will select that automation, copy. And just paste the automation. So if I wanted to, and if you hit Alt V, that will paste at origin. And now these two will just be linked just like that. So you could just copy the automation from one to another, and you'll see that they'll both move kind of in perfect synchronicity. Okay, so just see a question. Do other people get the safe mode on startup frequently in 10.52? So if you're getting to safe mode a lot, it's probably, indicative that's, it's telling you that something is causing the program to terminate unexpectedly. So, and it may be a plugin that's causing it. It could be, maybe you just didn't close Cubase and the computer shut off. Like my computer with our corporate IT stuff, the computer will reboot, at 3 a.m. East Coast time every night, regardless of what's going on. So I will get it if I left my Cubase open while my computer was asleep, I'll get a message. But often you may see a message indicating, this plugin caused Cubase to close unexpectedly, and it allows you to kind of often get a clue as to what plugin is causing Cubase to crash, or what is causing Cubase to crash. And then if you needed to go into a diagnostic mode, you could have that, disable that plugin, and you have a clue as to what is causing Cubase to crash. So that's kind of the intention of why you see that more. And it was kind of a new feature in 10.5 Okay. Let's see, just a question, but can't get a sound from VST Amp Rack. Okay, so if you're doing VST Amp Rack, and a lot of times what happens is we'll add an audio track here. And let's get to my inserts. Excuse me. And I will go to, let's say, our distortion to VST Amp Rack. And so a lot of times when people are like, okay, I have this on and I'm playing and I'm not hearing the signal go through the VST Amp Rack, I'm just hearing the dry guitar. But when I play back the track that I record, I hear it go through the amp rack. That is probably means that you have direct monitoring on. So if we go to your studio menu to studio setup, we could go to select your audio interface here and try to turn off direct monitoring. And what direct monitoring does, and it seems like a great thing, is that it takes this signal directly from the input to the output. So the signal goes in, it goes directly to the audio output so that you could monitor with no latency. And when it does that, it's not going through any of the software effects as inserts on real-time input because it's being bypassed. So if you're trying to track through this and you're not hearing any results while you're playing, but you hear it as the recorded data is played back, make sure that you have direct monitoring disabled. And it may be set here. It could also be set in like the mixer control panel app for your particular audio interface as well. Okay, please share the workflow question. Please share the workflow to create an instrumental version or remix of a song. I want to import a song, identify the tempo, and align the song with timeline to create a chord track. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. So let's say I have a song here and we listen to it. There's no click. So what I'm going to do to figure out the tempo of this is just select it, go to my project menu, and go to tempo detection. And now it's figured out kind of what the tempo of the song is. And when it does a tempo detection, it's going to say, okay, it's going to place you into 4/4, into a 1/4 bar because it's figuring out kind of where the beats are. And just listening to that, I can say our downbeat is right here. So we'll have some pickup notes. So now we have and if you wanted to do just a quick lead sheet, you could, with chord track, you could, at this point, let's say this is so let's say this is F, and I don't have perfect pitch, so but we'll pretend it's F. let's say this is B flat, and this could be completely the wrong chord. So, and at this point, you could. And let's say there's a chord change there. Yeah, let's say we go back to looks like the previous chord. Sounds like so. And then, so once you kind of have that done, and if you have just a MIDI part, you know, if you wanted to look at this, and if you wanted to print out just kind of what the score was at this point, you could look at it and go to your scores menu and just say, let's show chord track. And at this point, we could, I'll switch to page view, you know, that you could see you know, the different chord charts that will just be kind of showing up right there within your chord progression. So let's say if I just wanted to move the chords here just a little bit. So, you know, that's kind of, you know, some of the stuff that you could do quickly just to have your chords and make a chord chart from that. So, I think that kind of answers questions, but all right, so let's go ahead and move on. Okay, just going back, make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, thanks for all the great questions. If you've learned something new, please feel free to give the video a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. So I see question. Hi, Greg. Suddenly I have a program change 1 in program selector. How do I clear it? So let's say if we have a MIDI part here, so let's say if you're here and we have that program change 1. So if you kind of just used a scroll wheel, you could just scroll up and down to set the MIDI program change, or you can set it to off. If it's still kind of showing up, you could also, so let's say if I come here and I have the program change, and if it's embedded in the part, so let me just come here. I'll have this, and let's say now I go to look at the part in maybe a list editor, or if I see that we may have a program change indicated here. And an easy way of doing that, and this is kind of old school MIDI sequencing, is you go to your list editor and you can see a program change if it's actually embedded in the part. And then you could choose to just delete that program change by hitting the delete or backspace keys. So if you want to do it from the inspector, scroll up and down, but if it's actually embedded in the part, you know, you could come double click on the part and you could see program changes here. Get a sip of water. Or, and this is kind of where the list editor is very helpful, because you'd see like your score editor, like you'd see like the program change and just select and then just hit the delete key. Mixer channel gain velocity indicator behavior for Cubase is different from FL. Why? I don't know how FL works, so I'm not familiar with that. But when we look at a channel here, we have, once we go to the gain controls here, we can have an additional, 48.2 dB of gain or reduction. And this is kind of before the channel hits. So if I wanted just to come here, that's before it hits the fader. So that's kind of really the intention of doing that. So, and dealing with velocity is going to be, just very different. And it's not really, gain structure for the mixer. Velocity is going to be an independent MIDI note message. So if I wanted to come here and I'll just draw in some notes. There's different velocity tools that you could use. So if you wanted to take those velocities and if you wanted to select like these notes with those particular velocities, you could scale, you could increase, decrease, or kind of compress or expand the values. So those are some other things that you could do with velocity. But so I'm not familiar with what the FL functionality is, so I can't really indicate why it's different. But hopefully that's helpful. In studio setup to VST audio system to advanced options, does 32 versus 64-bit float make any difference? It does. So when we come here, if you're not familiar with this, we'll go to our studio setup, and then we'll go to, I believe this is in dealing with the processing precision. So we have 32-bit float and 64-bit float. So 64-bit float will allow you to utilize double precision for the plugins that's supported, and you could see which plugin supports 64-bit double floating point resolution and precision in the VST plugin manager. And when I did it, I heard like kind of a subtle difference, and it may not, if you're doing like, punk rock thing, it may not be so apparent, but if you're doing something squeaky clean, acoustic, classical, it could become more obvious. I have a friend of mine, Greg Lukens, who lives near me, and he's an amazing mastering engineer. He's actually a blind mastering engineer and probably has the best ears of anyone in the audio business. In his setup, he has Meyer X10s in his converted bedroom that he uses for mastering. And, he's the guy that gets, like, when no one could figure out a problem, Greg is the guy that gets that call to solve the problem, gets a lot of money for that. But, he has, I think each of his speakers are $85,000. So it's very revealing to listen to stuff in his environment. And when we first came out with the 64-bit floating point precision, I took the same file and I exported one at 32-bit float precision and one at 64-bit precision. I called it file C and file L. And I was like, tell me what's different. Tell me, here's two files. Tell me about them. So I didn't want to predispose his opinion. And he's like, this file sounds better. And he's like, I can't quite explain what it is, but this one is definitely better. I could hear it. He's like, most people would be very subtle, but this one is definitely better. And it means that every time that there's a fade in, that there's twice the precision. Anytime you have a reverb tail, there's twice the precision. And the one that he picked as being better quality was the 64-bit. So a lot of people, like to talk about their blind listening test. And I'm fortunate that I could call my friend Greg Lukens, and he could be my amazing blind listening test that's incredibly articulate. but he definitely noticed it. But it could really be dependent on the source material. If you're using a lot of third-party plugins that don't have the capability of doing it, those would just run at 32-bit. But it definitely makes a difference. So. Okay, hi Greg. How to record automation without using a mouse? So there's a number of ways of doing it. So if you have automation, you could choose, and I'll just hide the waveform here quickly. So if you have a control surface, obviously people use control surfaces for that all the time. If you wanted to draw in automation, you could do that. And if you wanted to just do fades or Bezier curves, you could draw those in. A lot of people, become very accustomed to using a mouse. But if you have, a MIDI controller keyboard that has, sliders on it, you could just come over here and choose to do like generic remote and say, this slider is controlling this fader at all times. You could also come over here and set up quick controls. So I have my controller set up here, so I could just go to volume pan. And as I wanted to just enable my quick controls, I'll show you how to get this set up. So I'll go to my track quick controls, and I'll just say this is going into my panorama, my Nectar controller. And then I'll hit OK. Now you could just do a learn. So move the slider. And now I could just use a little fader box on my controller, and I'm controlling the volume of the particular channel. So if I want to open that up as well, and as I adjust the volume here, I could do it from the quick control that's controlling just that. So you could draw it in, you could use a mouse, use a control surface, use your MIDI controller to all write in automation. So it doesn't have to be just the mouse. Okay, so thanks for all the great questions. Okay, when dragging sliced audio from chromatic MIDI notes, is there a way to have each MIDI note on its own keyboard preset so that you can transpose by playing different keys? Okay, so let's take a look. Jump back to this project here. Okay, so I'm going to add a instrument track. Just do a Groove Agent SE. Okay, so let's say I have a drum track, and I've now dragged this loop to a pad. Okay, so now I want to create slices, and each of these slices will now be mapped to different notes. And what I want to do now is to just go to my patterns, and I'm going to drag this to my project window here. So now when you play back, and I'll just turn my loop mash off. So we have our loop here, and now it's going to trigger back the same sliced audio here. So when we double click here, we could see kind of this sliced audio of the loop. So the question is there a way to have each MIDI note on its own keyboard preset so you could transpose by playing different keys? So just, by doing that, you could just play just grabbing. So as I just play, so, I'm just playing different keys on my controller kind of randomly. So at that point, while you have the pattern that's been created and generated by Groove Agent, you could also just, so let's do some fun things with this. I could take that particular pattern, and let's say if I just duplicate this a couple of times. At this point, you could, if you wanted to kind of randomize different elements of the pattern, you could just come here, and I'm just going to use my arrow keys to kind of shift notes around. So let's go down, and I'll just repeat some notes. So if we wanted to just, play that live or just have different variations of that, so I will turn my cycle off. So we have our loop, and I'll just do completely random variations in this one. So that way you could do different chops and breaks, but you could then just play it, transpose by playing different keys, just like that as well. And you could probably even and if you have it set to respond to pitch bend, you could do, have pitch bend work on that. So I think that will help you, Ted, but if not, just let me know. Question: why is the input level from my external synth so hot, even though the output from the synth is actually low, making the metering on the synth track to peak inside of Cubase? So it could be that, so once again, why is the input level from my external synth so hot, even though the output from the synth is actually low, making the metering on synth rack peak inside Cubase? So if you have this connected to your audio interface, it could be that, like a +4, -10 input, like a padding situation. So if your synth is actually low, so it says your input level from your external synth is so hot, even though the output from the synth is low. It could be that you have it set to -4 and it should be connected to a -10 input source. So I think it could be something like that on your audio interface from your synth. So it might be your interface might be, set to -10 dB inputs, and your synth may be outputting +4. So that could have an impact on the gain structure. Okay, so question: does exporting stems include or exclude the effects that are active in the project? Must I turn off all effects before export in order to get an export effect-free stem? So when we do like a batch process, so when we do a batch export, so we go to export to audio mixdown, and I have all of my different instrument tracks, and when I select multiple, like say I want my output channels, want all my instruments, my audio tracks, and if I had effects tracks, the audio here for all these would be exported without their effects. So if you wanted to, and if we had like effects channels in this particular project, we could, have the effects tracks would show up here, and we could render the reverbs, the delays, the chorusing all independently of this. So, but generally by default, these would be dry. And then the effects, like the send effects, would be rendered separately. So that's how it works by default. If you did want to render with all the effects for, the master effects, the sends, the EQs and inserts, you could do render in place on multiple tracks, and you have those options. So from Scambot Terminator, good to see you in a hangout. Greg, can you go over what the items are and do the MIDI modifiers panel, please? I'm not sure what some of them do. Thanks. All right. So let's take a look. All right. So I have an electric piano here. Let's get to our MIDI modifiers. So one is going to be our transpose. So if I'm going to play the same C major chord, and what this does is on the input, we'll transpose. We also have velocity shift. So if I wanted to add, so if I play very soft, it'll add 37 values to the velocity. Or if I wanted to decrease the velocity, let's say the player was, the sound wasn't working with a particular controller. So as I hit it hard, it will only allow me it'll take down 50 from all of the velocity values. We could also have velocity compression. So if I choose this to like 2-to-1, 3-to-1. So when I hit a velocity of 20, it would play back 100. So let me just adjust this to, give me 1 second. So we have kind of different like velocity controls. So this would, so if I want to do, so whatever I wanted to set here. So say if I want to be, and you have different length compression. So this would change the length of notes. Now we could also choose to randomize the position, the pitch, velocity, or length of notes. And we could set a value. So let's say I want to randomize between 0 and 88. So, and we have kind of two different parameters that we could choose for that. So let's take a look at the range. So we could choose our velocity limit. So at this point, if we say, okay, I want the velocity to only go to 120, or let's say I'm dealing with the old DX7, that we went to 100 on the velocities, I think. So you could choose to limit velocity, filter velocity, note limit, note filters. So if you wanted to just, exclude particular notes or include particular notes. And there's also her mode tuning. And here we could set this up in the project setup. And what her mode tuning will allow you to do is with different VST instruments, you could set it up so that you could have pure temperament. So when we deal with with Western music, generally we're in equal temperament. So they divide the octave into 12 semitones. But it's not mathematically correct. So it's a compromise. So a lot of early music, like going back to the 17th century, 16th century, was only written in particular keys because those are the keys that worked well for the instruments that they were using. Then, like with Bach's Well-Tempered Clavier, one of the things that they want to do is they define kind of a tuning scale so that you could play in all keys that were relatively in tune. So, but real musicians will often try to have different, more of a pure temperament for in tune. So when you deal with real orchestras, that can make a big difference if you're doing different sequences. So that's what you could do with the HMT. That's the Her mode tuning. And that works in conjunction with the settings that you have directly here on the depth as well as the type. So if you want to do like Baroque music and have it be absolutely perfectly in tune, I've dealt with artists who don't like, who like to them real temperament. I remember working with Donald Fagen from Steely Dan, and he was just telling me he didn't like MIDI because it was limited to real temperament, and he would tune his pianos and his Rhodes to be in pure temperament in particular keys. So because that just sounded better to him, it was less, stressful to his ear because it was actually properly in tune. So you'll have people that will be like that, and they'll only write in certain keys, and they'll stay in certain keys, and they'll tune their instruments specifically for that. And you'll see choral performers, string musicians will, naturally kind of stretch their tuning to gravitate towards a more pure temperament because they can, and they just kind of naturally do that, and the good musicians will evolve to that. But so those are some of the different settings that you have under the MIDI modifiers. So you see a question. Can Cubase 10 run effectively on Mac OS High Sierra 10.13.6? I believe it runs fine on High Sierra. Sometimes, it gets confusing of, which version that Apple is kind of cut off or not, but it could depend on your Mac and if your Mac is running High Sierra. But you could always, I'm pretty sure it does, but, always you could try the trial version and give that a shot as well and see if that does it. Okay. Okay, so this may be a further clarification from a topic we covered before. Mixer channel gain velocity indicator behavior is different from FL. It just shows peaks and slowly gets down. Why? So this could be like your metering, so I'm not sure if this is with... So it just shows peaks slowly. So, if you come and right click on the meters, you'll have your global meter settings. So you could choose to hold peaks. You could hold them forever. And you could choose that if you want these to input or if you want to do post fader, post panner. So there's different metering options if that's kind of what you mean as opposed to the gain structure. Like you're talking about before, and there are different meter options that you have here. So once you go to the metering options, and these are, different metering scales and standards that are used kind of within different industries and different, common industry standards for metering. So, but, make sure that you have this setup. So, if you're just looking at MIDI activity versus audio activity, that would be different. But again, I'm not that familiar with FL. So. Okay, so hi Greg, sorry I had to repeat myself. I feel like you passed by my question. I need a cheap interface for Cubase 10.5 Pro Windows 10. Mine is keep on crushing. Can you recommend one? Thank you. So I thought I answered this earlier, but I would recommend a UR22C from Steinberg. Check that out. Okay, so question. Hi, Greg, regarding saving key commands, what's the best way to copy from one computer to another? So they'll just show up in your preferences. The easiest way to save your key commands is to just, one is, take your current key commands and make sure that it's saved as a preset. So we'll just come here and say, okay, this will be August 28th, 2020. And now that's a preset. So, and the easiest way to migrate it to any computer with all of your other kind of Cubase relevant settings is to go to your edit menu and just export a profile. So export your profile. This will be your key commands, your preferences, all your user presets, your user quantized presets, all those different components will be exported as a profile that when you get to the other computer, you just simply choose to import. And again, from edit to profile manager. Okay, so question, MediaBay. I have not used MediaBay. Can you show how to use it? For example, wave file sync to project tempo and root key scale as in project. How to clean MIDI instruments info in MIDI file. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. It's, being able to kind of access some of the stuff in the MediaBay. So let's say I have this loop going on. So I'll just find another loop so we don't have to listen to that one all the time. All right, so let's say if I was playing my project, we can see our MediaBay here. So when you come over here, and you'll have lots of loops and samples that come with Cubase. But you could also just go to your file browser and be able to look anywhere on your computer and be able to audition different sounds and samples right from here. But if we just wanted to navigate through some of the built-in content, at this point, we could just say, so we could play this, and this will get routed through your control room to monitor. So if you wanted to just audition. Now there's some others. So if you could play the loop, you could have that automatically stop the preview. You could also preview. You could pause the preview. We'll come over here. But we could also choose to autoplay. And you could say align beats to project. So let's say as I'm playing this loop, I can now click here. And now that will kind of play back in time. So this will stretch the different loops together. So I'll just kind of keep playing this one. I'll just loop this over and over again. So let's say, and right when that comes in the downbeat. So this makes kind of layering different loops. So let's go to a different library, or let's say I want to come here and look for bass or synth sounds. This way it's in time. Or let's say I just want to come here to synth bass. So if I didn't have that turned on, it would just kind of randomly play, but not from when it will start, but not in time. So just kind of select a random loop, and so let's say I want more like an arpeggiated loop. And that way, as I just kind of click on it and I say, oh, I like that, let me just drag that to my project. And then I know what it's going to sound like before we actually get started with it. So if you haven't really kind of played around with MediaBay, check it out, because you can say, I want analog, I want dub, I want, let's say I'm looking for, and you can go just to your loops here and say, I'm looking for Motown, and you could just have different samples, like a Motown bass. So whatever you want to, or you want to say Bell, and you could just come right over here and be able to audition sounds quickly. So that's some of the stuff you can do with MediaBay really well. All right, so question from Pinder. I got a sustain pedal for my Nectar MIDI keys. Can I set it up to a shortcut like record or play? So let's say I have my sustain pedal set up here. It looks like I have it set for something already. So let's say I wanted to set up my sustain pedal and my Nectar for play. So I will go over here to generic remote. And I will say, I want to take this controller and I'm going to learn. So we say this is coming in from my Nectar. And I click learn. Right? So it's going to say this controller 1 is 64. And I want this to go to transport. And I want to go to device. And let's just say start. So at this point, I could just hit that particular control and that will start playing. So once again, just kind of come directly to your generic remote under Studio Setup. And you wanted to just say you want that particular function to this MIDI message to do this function in a transport. And you'll be all set. Good to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Okay, so I see a question. How do you disable a particular MIDI CC within Cubase? So if you want it to not be able to see a MIDI CC message that's coming in, you could choose to filter that out. So let's say, like when I come to this particular track, I will go to, let's say, my MIDI inserts, and I want this to be, so I'll just go to my MIDI monitor. So let's say this knob on my controller, my Nectar is controller 32. So I adjust controller 32. But let's say if I want controller 32 to be filtered out on input, I could just come here to my input transformer and we'll say local. And I'll just say we're going to filter. And we're going to say we're going to filter out controller. And which controller we're going to filter out is controller 32. So, and make sure that you turn this on. It's easy to not turn that on. And now when I go to my MIDI monitor, we don't see, I go to the next knob, we see controller CC33. I go to CC32, nothing is everything's being filtered off, and I disable my MIDI input transformer, and at that point go to the MIDI inserts again, and 32 is back. Turn on the input transformer. Let's see if we can get this all visible at once. So turn this on. Sorry, let me just put that always on top. So now I don't have controller 32. So say local. So just use your input transformer, and that will allow you to kind of filter it on input. And if you wanted to delete, let's say if you had a MIDI track with CC33, you could just go into if you want to get rid of it after, if it's been recorded, you could, there's a couple different ways of doing that. So let's say if I'm in this particular track and let's say I start moving my knobs here. So if I wanted to just say, we'll show used controllers. So let's say, I could look at my controllers here and just select all, delete. But if you wanted to look at it in the list editor, so let's say I have a lot of CC34, 35. I could select CC35 here. Let's go to our filters tab, and I'll say let's filter out event types in data 1. So then I only see CC35. I could select all and delete, or I could create a logical editor in MIDI. Come right over here and say I want to delete. Type is equal to MIDI controller, and let's say the value 1 of that controller is 35. So now when I hit apply, that'll delete all CC35. So you could filter out on input or filter out after it's in the recording as well. Okay. I see update on Ambient Dave from Gareth K. So thanks for sharing that. Please wish him the best so he's feeling well. Okay, so I see a question. You ever picked up any interesting tips, workflow for writing trailer music, audio edit points from audio editors? What works best? What doesn't? So nothing comes to mind. I know like one of my friends, a guy who's been, has just a massive amount of stuff like in TV. So he's like, does a lot of stuff for like soap operas, like General Hospital, and a lot of stuff for ABC. He was the guy that, what he did when he would plan stuff is, he figured that, if it made the music editor's job, easier to use his stuff, that his stuff got used more. So he didn't really compose musically, but he composed for, he sat and watched these guys work, and they needed something for 4 measures. They needed a slight variation for 8 measures. They needed it to, be able to instantly switch to, an impact, an instant kind of like maybe a die down. So he would set up like each piece where each piece was set into like 4 or 5 different sections that they would use like for 90% of what they would do. And he would make sure that like musically, like the keys would work so that it sounded pleasant. And, he would say, go from this song to this song to this song to this song to this, and that will get you like through, someone falling in love, kissing, doing this, and now they're mad at each other. There's tension, there's a release, there's this. And so he would compose specifically for those different formats. And because the music editors could just kind of drop in his parts and make it fit and make the tempos kind of, seamless, or they could switch at any point, and it kind of worked. He got a lot of placements and is probably, far, incredibly wealthy as a result of, having his stuff on TV for 30 years, just because he didn't think of it musically. He just kind of thought of the problems that music editors would have, and he would just try to solve all those problems so that when they used his stuff, they knew that it was easy. Another friend of mine, composer Mark Roos, he does tons of TV stuff and films. And his whole thing is, he has like a secret formula using Cubase and Wavelab. He has a mastering chain, and he knows that works perfectly for the music editors, where they don't have to have any questions. They know that his stuff is going to be able to drop in without any further processing. So he kind of has a total finished product. Whereas a lot of times they may have to do a lot of tweaking of EQ and compression for other people. Mark kind of delivers a mastered product for them. And, in just making their job, making it easier for them to use your material is something that I've seen a lot of people with success. That's what they do, and it may not, and it's sometimes it's harder, a lot of times, we at the Sony Mix Sound for Film conference last year, I got to moderate a couple of different composer talk forums. And that was one of the interesting themes was, is it harder to write like the beautiful theme, or is it harder to write, kind of non-tonal music or non-thematic music? And that's kind of a whole different challenge for TV, where, you have 4 seconds to, get an emotion across and transition into another scene and making that work. So it's kind of could be different for film or TV, but, make it easier for the editors to transition. So, okay. Okay, so just see question. I'm on Cubase 9.5. When I move tracks, it does not move position on mixers, or something I need to set for this to happen. So I've always had that happen. I've seen, sometimes make sure that you actually have, sometimes the mixers could include like all your input channels, and maybe it's moving and you have a lot of input channels and you don't necessarily see that. But when I move, I have this electric piano track here, and I move this up. We see that reflected. I move it down. We see it reflected here on the mixer. So I've never seen it not do that, but it could be that there's a lot of perhaps other channels that you're not noticing it move. But it's always these two are, I've never seen them out of sync with each other, but, so check that out and see if that helps. Okay. Okay, so question, I'm looking to upgrade from UR28 interface, and I'm looking at the UR824. Does this version have similar inputs as a DI box is to not have a hot input when using guitar or mic inputs. Also, it says latency free. Does this mean I can use effects in tracks for guitars and mics without latency, as it has latency now? So the so the interfaces, when they say they're latency free, is that they will have built-in effects like the built-in guitar amps. So I don't think the UR28M came with the built-in guitar amps. Might have been added later, but I don't think it came with them. So you could use the reverb, the morphing channel strip, and the guitar amps without any latency. So powered from the internal DSP. The UR824 with the UR28M, the UR824 is probably 10-ish years old now, and I think that some of the parts that was used in the manufacturing of it aren't available anymore. So you may want to look at the UR816, but they will have for the input level, I believe they both have high Z inputs, and that's kind of the right impedance for guitar or bass to be connected directly to the computer, to the interface itself, so that it's, the optimal level that's kind of expected, like instead of the need to have a DI box. So, definitely check out like the UR816, and another great gem is, the UR44C or the UR-RT4 with the Rupert Neve transformers are also great. Okay, so I see, hi, Ernst from WH Studio in Oslo, Norway. Right-click on mouse to render with current settings would be great. So I think I saw this as the email, but, so let's say I have this Groove Agent file here, so if I hold down, you can have two different options when you right click. So you can have kind of the standard control box, or in the preferences under tools, you could have an extended control where you can see the tools here. But once we do this, we can see render in place, and then, so let's say if I just have, I'll just record like an electric piano part here quickly. And I'll just revert this. I destroyed this project enough today. Okay, so let's say I have an electric piano part. So let's say I'm just playing this. So if I just kind of go to my other options, you could just say right click and just render in place, and you can say render with current settings is there. So at that point, you could just right click and so just, or hold down your Alt or Option key. And so you'll just see render in place and render with current settings. So, or you can pull up the render settings dialog box. So. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Question. Also, is your series looking to have MIDI inputs as well in the future? That would be tops to be able to plug in keyboards in directly into interfaces without MIDI plugin. So most of the UR interfaces now, I think every one of them except for the UR28M has built-in MIDI. So the UR22, the UR44, the UR824, the URCs, so the UR22C, 44C, 816C, the your RT2, RT4, the AXRU, AXRT, those all have MIDI in them as well. So the MR816 and the UR28M were the only ones that didn't have MIDI, but the rest of them do have a built-in MIDI interface. Okay, so I just see kind of maybe a further clarification just to add to my question. When I move MIDI tracks, the position does not change on the mixer, not just audio tracks. So I think if we have MIDI tracks here, let's look at the mixer. So the MIDI tracks, so let's say if I move this MIDI track up, so my MIDI track there moved. So I'll move it under that. So that all seems to move just like my mixer. Now it could be, make sure that you know, some people will not have MIDI channels visible in the mixer, but if you have the visibility set for that, and I'll do it with an instrument track just to make sure it's not just a semantic and naming, that the instrument tracks move as well. And I don't think there's any change in the behavior with 9.5 and that. Okay, so I see Ralph from Cologne, Germany. Hi, Greg. How to set up the 8 pads in Halion Sonic. So let's take a look. Thanks for all the wonderful questions, and hope everyone's learned something new. And if you've learned a new tip or trick, make sure that you hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that so you could get notified when other Hangouts occur. All right, so let's say if I want to just come here. Okay, so, you know, if you want to, like, some of the instruments will automatically have chords, but if you want it to, you know, just, you could, you know, come over here, do snapshots for chords. You could clear chords just by right-clicking on it. And then you could also just assign different trigger notes. So let's say if I wanted my drum pads to trigger this, I'll just right click here and say learn trigger note, and then I'll hit my drum pad. And let's say I just want to do a couple of drum pads. So I'll learn trigger note, right click here. So I'll do 1, 2, 3. So now I could just kind of trigger. And let me just remap this one. So this way you could just kind of right click, learn trigger note. So that's shows you how you could use, but just kind of right click and then you could set up, if you want to clear the chord or do snapshots of the chord. So, but yeah, check that out. But yeah, it's a great functionality to really help with a lot of the sounds in Halion Sonic. Okay. So see question. So sorry, 9.5. Say I have 5 instances of Kontakt loaded. How do I change the position on the instances in the mixer channel? So let's come over here. I'll do new project. So I'll just add some Halion Sonic SE here. All right. And one tip that a lot of people miss, let's say if I come over here, we could actually, if you just double click here, you could rename each of these. So if you have like multiple of the same instruments, you could just kind of now see them by their actual names. So now I have these instrument tracks, and if I wanted to move them around, all I'd have to do so I'll just change their volume so it's more obvious here. So I move this one to the bottom. Now, if you have these as, let's say we're in a VST and you have them as an instrument rack. So let's say if I wanted to add, so now let's say I'll create a pad shop. So some of the behavior could be different if it's instruments versus instrument rack versus instrument tracks. So now you could come over here and say, okay, we have our pad shop tracks. So let's say we have pad shop 1, pad shop 2, one's all the way up, one's all the way down, and you could just, under the VST instruments folder, you could just move those kind of as you see fit. So you could say Halion Sonic pad shop, or if I wanted 3 Halion Sonics, then pad shop. So, but it may be under the VST instruments folder. So check that out. Okay, so just see, this maybe going back to Taylor's score editor question, split notes and change the pitch before entering lyrics is when the lyrics won't enter correctly. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at that. Thanks for the clarification, Taylor. So let's say, I just put something in with step entry so it won't be hideous in my score editor. Okay, so let's say this is my score. So I have quarter notes and a half note, and we'll go ahead and duplicate that. Okay, so now what I want to do is to split this note. Okay, and we'll go to score editor again. Okay, and I'm just transpose these down an octave. Okay, so I'll just put in some lyrics. Oh, sorry, let me just tab over. So it looks like that kind of entered in after splitting. So even though this was a half note and I split it to two quarters, that it seemed to input fine. But if I'm still misunderstanding Taylor, just let me know. You could send me a message by Facebook. I know we're Facebook friends, or send me an email as well. But it seems like that's working as expected. So I see question, is there a way to draw the vibrato in Vari Audio? So there isn't a way to draw the vibrato in, but you could take it out, which is, I've never had the need to, add vibrato in, but I've always had the need to take it out often. So, but there isn't a way to kind of do micro tuning scale, like drawing in. So question, how can I copy all notes or selected notes and then transpose by plus 12 in the logical editor? I see that Gareth is taking my little motif that I developed earlier. So I can't wait to get my royalty checks from Gareth for my little songs he's utilizing here. All right. So let's say I have this as my MIDI part. Okay. So so if you wanted to copy and transpose, so let's say I wanted to take all these notes here and transpose them up an octave using the logical editor, we will just come over here. So I'm going to choose to copy. Okay, so we're going to say types are, we'll say type is equal to note. And we'll choose value 1. We want to subtract or add 12. So let's see if this does it. So I'll now hit apply. We select all these notes, hit apply. Sorry. So I think that put it into its own. Okay, so I think what was going on here. Okay, so we had this, and now I will choose apply here. All right, so let's say you start on G4. Okay, so now, so let's say if I just come here, let's say if I just choose insert, let's see if this does it. All right, so if I choose copy, it'll take that phrase here, and this is starting on, let me just take it out of step entry. So that starts on G3. So if I just hit apply, then this will create a new part where this is still here. And we look at both of these parts. Let me just make sure that I didn't have a particular note selected. So now they're on separate parts, but let's see if we could do it. If we choose, instead of copy, maybe insert exclusive. Let's see if we do an insert. Yeah, okay. So what you want to do, if you want to copy this, is set this to function to insert. Type is equal to note. Under action target, value 1, and we can say add 12. Or if you wanted to go down an octave, you could say subtract 12. And then hit apply, and then it'll just go down an octave. So you see, question, hi Greg, what's the best way to convert old Cubase songs from Atari 1040 Cubase to 10.5? You can run, Cubase SX3 off of your Cubase 10.5 license. And Cubase SX3 would allow you to import. That was the last version that allowed you to import like .all or .arr files into Cubase. So you could download that version from our website and be able to convert that. Last time I mentioned this, someone, sent me kind of an email saying, I should stop saying that, and the Mac version, can't be run because, is written, because of SX3 won't run on the new Macs because of, how Apple has changed their operating system. So if you have an older Mac, you could still just import those to SX3, or if you have a PC, you could still run SX3 and be able to, just, take those files, import them, save them as .cpr files. So it could be a little trickier on a Mac because Apple has discontinued the ability to run earlier versions, from their operating system. Programs written for earlier versions, so just be aware of that. It's nothing that Steinberg could do for that, and and we get people get very irate with this, but it has been 20 years as well. So, but you could always, take your Cubase 10.5 license or later license and, go, even if you don't have it, if you're a Mac person, just go somewhere that has a PC or download Windows on your Mac and be able to just, import it into SX3 and be able to save it. So. But, we did it recently, a couple years ago, before Alan Holdsworth passed. He had a whole series of, Cubase, Atari discs. He was still running his Atari version until maybe 2 or 3 years before he passed away. So he was able to transfer, many, many albums for all his guitar synth stuff, straight from his Atari versions into Cubase without issue. So. Okay, so we have Mixboy2105 checking in from Kuala Lumpur. Glad to be able to join a hangout. We're so glad you can make it. I'm sure it's really early or really late there. Hi, Greg. Hope you're doing well. In Cubase 10.5, is there a plugin or a setting to get a VST analog bass sound to have random resonance filters changing without having to draw it in by hand? Thanks. You could do this with a lot of the different instruments. So let's say if I just wanted to come over here, like Retrolog, you could have stuff like this, so let's come over here to... So if you wanted to have, let's say you're, so you could just come over here to the LFO and, let's say I wanted this to be resonance. So, you could just have different LFOs that will allow you to set up, and you could also just say, I want to add this. Let's say I want to learn a CC. Another method that you could do is using like the auto LFO. So if you say, okay, I want this to be, let's say CC10. So I'll just come here and let's say CC10. So what I want to do is just so I'm going to right click and we'll learn CC. And I could just also just go to my MIDI controls. And this could be any CC, so. Okay, so now we've assigned that to MIDI CC10, and then I could just come over here to my auto LFO. So you could have, MIDI CC10 transmit to this and have that. So just let me. Just set this one more time. Make sure you have this. So, but a lot of the instrument sounds will just kind of come with different LFO. So if you want like your mod wheel to, and you could just have, velocity based. And let's say we'll set the resonance. So that way you could have kind of like your modulation matrix to take care of stuff like that. So just see questions. So if you go to fine tune and go to -8, that will puts it on 432. So yes, if you select all of your audio and go to your information line and set it to -8, that will be your tuning scale as set to 432 hertz. Okay. Hi, Greg. Thanks for all you do. Question: can you please show some different ways of parallel processing without duplicating the track? Thank you. Yeah, so let's go ahead and set that up. Let's activate this. Okay, so what I could do is, let's say I want to take all my drums. So I'll just bring up my drums a little bit here. All together. All right, and then what I want to do is I'm just going to right click and say, let's add 2 group tracks. Then I could go to my sends. Like I could select all my drums here. Go to my sends. All right, let's say group 1. Turn it on. And let's say to group 2. Turn it on. So now they're both. All right, and I'm just going to turn these on here. So now when we look at our drums, they're both going to my 2 groups here. So I'll go to my channel strip here. So as soon as I go here, this one's going to be very squashed. So that one isn't processed. This one. So you just kind of bring that in. So this way we're not duplicating the tracks, we're just sending it to multiple destinations. So that's an easy way of doing it without duplicating your tracks. Okay, question, is it possible to export the tempo track into a MIDI file and not the Cubase own file format for tempo track exports? Certainly. So let's go ahead and let's add a tempo track here. And let's say that's my tempo track. And what I want to do is to export MIDI file. And I'll just call this tempo track. Okay, and here when we export, we could actually get to different options where we could, you know, if you wanted to export markers. So once I do that, I will go to a new project, or let's say I will import my MIDI file. Now, one thing when you test it with other Cubase users, a preference to be aware of is that when you go to your MIDI file, make sure, I think by default, the ignore master track events on merge is checked, and you probably want that unchecked. So now I'll go to import a MIDI file. All right, and we'll create a new project. So I'll go to my desktop. So there's our tempo track MIDI file. Come right there, we'll open that up. And now when I go to my tempo track here, there's our tempo track that's been laid out for you. So all you have to do is just export it as a tempo track, or export it as a MIDI file, and the tempo track is automatically included with that. So if you're migrating to other DAWs, it's no problem. Okay, let me just, my timeline jumped a little bit. Let me just scroll back. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. And if you've learned something new, make sure that you actually hit the like button. So I have lots of questions ahead of me here. Okay. Hello, which is the best way to select an amount of tracks from upwards to down selection with the object selection in order to lower the volume of each of them in order to low all of them at the same time? So, you know, if you have a number of tracks, So I'll just come here. Let's just add a number of audio tracks. Okay, let's say these are all just random volumes here. Okay, so, and if I wanted to take all of these and just lower their volumes, one of the things that you have is quick controls or the Q link, or the quick link rather. So activate that, and you can do that by holding down Alt or Option plus Shift at the same time, and then you could just move all of those tracks up or down slightly, just like that. So. Okay. So I just see a question from Misha Reinhardt. I don't hear anything. Please help me. So is it? I'm not sure if you don't hear the Hangout or if you're not hearing anything in your Cubase. So if you could maybe specify, that would be helpful. Okay, just reading back questions. So, okay, so I guess the question was with the object selection tool more. So I'm sorry for misunderstanding. Let me just jump back to my previous project I was in. So let's activate this. And let me just hide my tempo track quickly. Okay, so the best way to select an amount of tracks from upwards to downwards selection with the object selection order to lower the volume each order. Then I know that I can select by the range selection tool, but you can't lower the volume of the items with the range selection tool, only with the object selection tool. So I think, what you might be able to do is just, if you hold down, like, let's say I have that selected, you could also just do like a control, you could select all audio events. You could just kind of come like this and be able to adjust your clip gain volume, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to reread. So, the best way to select an amount of tracks from upwards to down selection with the object selection in order to lower the volume of each item. Then it's, I know that I can select by the range selection tool, but you can't lower the volume of items with the range selection tool, only with the object selection tool. So you can increase or decrease the wave volume. So, if you have this in kind of the, default mode as well, where you could have the combined functions, if you start from the bottom, it's a range selection tool, or you could just define a range if you start from the top. So that doesn't select the events, but this way, if you select from the bottom up, also you could just kind of adjust your clip gain volume. So I hope that kind of makes sense, but if I'm misunderstanding, let me know. Okay, so just see how to use pitch bend in Cubase. So let's go ahead and jump to go to one of my projects here. So let's say if I have, Let me activate this project quickly. So if I have, so I'm just going to come here and draw in my pitch bend. So if I wanted to just, come over here, let's say as I'm recording on this particular track, so as soon as I do that, then I could double click and you could just see the controller lanes and you can see your pitch bend. And then you're able to edit and kind of draw in pitch bend as you need to edit it. Okay, question. Could you go over chord track and chord track monitoring? I played some chords and imported a bass MIDI file. I want the bass MIDI to follow the played chords. So let's come over here. And we could do this kind of, I have a project kind of set up for this. See if it's in there. My recents, probably not. Thanks for all the wonderful questions from everyone. Okay, so I have a chord track here in my project, and I have different MIDI files. So we'll just take a listen to it here. Okay, so now as soon as I see this, what I want to do is to select the tracks. So once you have that bass file, that bass line in, go to the chords tab here, and you'll see follow chord track. And instead of that, it's probably defaults to off. You want it to say to chords and scales or just to chords. So now when I come over here and let's say listen to this a little bit. So we're in G major. But if I wanted to make this like a minor, what I would do is as I change the chords here, let's say I go from major to minor, that's going to change kind of the tonality and it's going to move all of the MIDI parts. And let's say I wanted to transpose these up. I could just say, okay, let's go from our root key up. So we'll listen again. So you can do fun stuff like that. So really all you have to do is just kind of select the track, not the event, but select the track. Go to the chords tab and make sure that you have it set to follow chord track and set it to chords or chords and scales. Hi, Greg. Dumb question. How do I make the click track louder than the 128 volume, or can I assign it to a channel? Ride the volume. It seems only available out is main stereo out. So if we have a click track, let's say, and listening to this. So let me just, so let's say I have my click track. And let's say I have my left and right locators. One trick that you could do is, so I'll just set my left and right locators here. And if you go to the project menu, go to signature track, you can say render audio click between the left and right locators. And now what it's done is it's created an audio track. And since it's an audio track, you could increase or decrease the volume and get more gain if you need to. So that's what I would do, is just, set the left and right locators and render it as an audio file. So see, nice comment from Gareth. Thanks for the Loop Mash demo, Greg. I try to use it, then always disappear in a DJ mashup rabbit hole. It's too much fun. Yeah, so I agree. It's one of those things you could kind of spend a weekend working through and still feel like you're still discovering something new. So we have a question. Greg, could you please inform me what exactly does the mastering plugin that Cubase has? It's not just a plugin called mastering plugin, but there's plugins that people will use for mastering. Probably the best EQ on the market would be the frequency EQ. So this would allow you to give it an 8-band linear phase EQ, where you could have it be like left and right channels or mid-side independently. You could, as you're doing mixing on it, you could also just audition. So you only hear the changes that you're doing while you're affecting it. So that's a pretty phenomenal EQ. Get into, the limiters are very high quality as well. So just because they're included, figure that Steinberg is one of the first companies to ever do plugins. So we have a lot of experience with it. So, if you want to go to like the brick wall limiter, you could, get into that. You could also get into more of the multi-band compression under your dynamics as well. So if you say I want to, be able to compress different frequency ranges, so all those types of settings are good. So, and there'll be like under the mastering category, you'll have a dithering plugin, so the Apogee UV22. But, check out like EQs, dynamics, multi-band compression, the limiters, can all be, great tools for mastering options and to get mastering results inside of Cubase. And we also make Wavelab, which is on promo now, and you could get that for, and that has, a plugin called the Master Rig, which is probably, the best mastering processor on the market. And that's kind of more of a dedicated mastering tool. So questions, are you able to record the scenes in LoopMash? So, when we have LoopMash open, and I'll do this sacrosanct thing of, putting a LoopMash in a Bach piece. But, these scenes are really just triggered from MIDI notes themselves. So all you have to do is send it a MIDI note message, and it would just trigger between all the different scenes. So you click here, it's on that, and it's just a MIDI note message. And you see that this is like C, C sharp, D, E flat, F, F sharp, or E, F, F sharp, G, so it's just like a piano keyboard. It's the same pattern. So. Okay, so we see this question. Hi, Greg. Jay from Connecticut. Good to see you on Hangout, Jay. My buddy Alex is in Florida and has an Alesis DM5 MIDI electronic drums, non-USB. He wants to try VST Connect Pro with me. How would I map MIDI drums, especially remotely? So, if you have, I don't have it up right now, but, it's really just sending, the MIDI over. So I don't have my other computer here with me, but once you go to the VST Connect Pro at this point, and once you sign in, you would just set it up for the MIDI track, and it's really he would just need to have a copy of the VST Connect Performer and his MIDI interface, and then that's he would really just kind of be playing sounds directly from his Alesis brain, but it's probably easier doing MIDI than to do doing audio over that. So, but yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. So we have question. I want to create a sample library using Cubase. Is there a way to transfer a sound or many sounds straight into the media bay? So, your media bay can dynamically, just, once the media bay has the folder and you've told media bay to look into the folder, it could automatically just record, any files that you do will be kind of, updated automatically for you. So you don't have to do anything special for that, So, but, if you wanted to do your own sample library, you could really kind of check out using, something like the, Halions, the Halion 6 is really good for that as well. So, I'll show you how easy it is. Like if you wanted to start doing your own sample library, we had this question. Little let me just see if I thought I had a project for this. Okay, yeah. So here I have just an instance of Halion 6, and let's say I have like a Rhodes patch or some other audio source, and I'll go into Halion here. And we could have basically a sidechain input. So what I want to do is we can come directly over here, and I'll just say we'll start off with our sample recorder. We'll just kind of hit record here, and we could have the MIDI note on and MIDI note off message. And I have MIDI messages being sent to both the Halion and Halion Sonic SE. So I could just click here, and I've just sampled that note. You can see that as I do this, it's going to name it based on the pitch. It shows up right here, and this could show up directly in your media bay as well. We can see the samples being mapped chromatically to the keyboard. So do an octave. So then you have kind of your different samples. They're all ready to go, and you could just start, sampling directly just like that. And if you want to just start playing it back. You could have your programs, make your own instruments, just like that. But all the files that are kind of in a defined folder, MediaBay will scan, and you don't have to do anything special to get them MediaBay to access them. So you see, question, is it possible to get Superior Drummer mixer channels in Cubase mixers, individual channels, i.e. snare drum, hi-hat, bass drum, and so on? I haven't worked with Superior Drummer in forever, but, it's probably very similar to Groove Agent. I would imagine that, once you have your Groove Agent here, that you just need to activate outputs. So if we go to your VST instrument to Groove Agent, like AC Superior Drummer here, you may just have to click on the activate outputs just to the right of the name. Click on activate outputs and then just kind of turn them on. And then within Superior Drummer, route the particular drum sounds to those outputs. But there's nothing in Cubase would do to limit that at all. So I see question, when is next Cubase version expected to be released? And do you know any of new updates it may have? So, I'm sure that our development team, the nice, are really smart ladies and gentlemen that are working in development, that they're working hard on stuff all the time. So, I'm sure that they're busy during stuff. So, but they usually don't tell me a lot of stuff because they know I talk to, lots of people at once. So, all right. So I see a comment from Michael Teams, whack that like button. I see Steinberg likes to wish, kind of a in jest comment from Gareth. Steinberg likes to wish people a Merry Christmas by grabbing cash off of them. Only joking, Greg. So, we want everyone to have a great Christmas with their Cubase. So, All right. So we see a comment from Skill DTR3S GZN, my new dock, Cubase 10.5 with a heart. So we're glad that you're a Cubase user, and thanks for joining the Hangout. We hope to see you on more Hangouts. So I see a comment. Hi, Greg. Most of the times my Cubase is starting as Cubase Artist instead of Cubase Pro. What I would try to do is try to reinstall the eLicenser program. So when you have Cubase Artist and Cubase Pro, they're actually the same program installation-wise. But Cubase Artist, when it sees the Cubase Pro version, those functions are enabled. So if you have the Cubase Artist, some of the functions are just disabled, but it's the same program. So I think if you would maybe try reinstalling the eLicenser, and you can go to elicenser.net or get it from the Steinberg website, that will probably take care of it for you. Okay. All right. So you see Jay checking in from the Netherlands. Thank you. I got to spend a weekend there in Rotterdam and in Amsterdam. I had a wonderful weekend, so I want to go back. It's a beautiful country. We had a quick weekend day trip or quick trip from Hamburg. So my friend Fady and I, we rented a car and just had a great time. So we got to see some of his friends. So it was a really great weekend. Okay, so question, how can I find the sound of the effect that old tapes have in all of the place from start till end? It's like a noise. I found the sound in the MediaBay section, but can't find it again. So if it's just like I'm not sure if it's a tape stop or just like maybe a noise floor, like a kind of thing that you're looking for. But let's see if I could maybe find something. And I'll just come over here. And maybe it's under sound effects. And it could just be where we'll just type in. There could be like some. I'm not sure if it's an audio file you're looking for, but maybe like different ambiances. So maybe one of those. So I just kind of looked in sound effects, and there's some different noise floors, but maybe that will help. If not, just let me know. Okay, just reading through comments. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. So just see a question. Anyone get this problem that just shutting off Cubase 10.5 takes about 40 seconds? It's not in 10 or 9.5. I had a friend that went through something very similar to this, and it was kind of driving him crazy. And it ends up like, it was an old Rewire driver, like a rewire.dll file that was causing everything to have really long times on close and crashing on close. So it could be something like that. So see if you have maybe like an old Rewire driver. Or if you have older 32-bit plugins, or if you're bridging plugins, that could also cause some issues like that. Okay, so I see a question. In the editor, how do you change the grid lines to look like 4 groups of 3 instead of 3 groups of 4 when using 12/8 time signature? So let's come over here and let's say I'm in, let me just add a signature track here. Okay, so now when we're in 12/8, so let's go ahead and just listen to it. So I'll turn on my click track. Okay, so let's say you could have different click patterns. So let's say I want it to be like that. So let me just make sure I got it right. So 4 groups of 3. So Now, once you've done that in the editor, you could right click and say use the metronome click pattern level for grid line emphasis. So once you have that done, you'll see the grid line kind of adjust to 1, 2, 3, and then 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, etc. So if I wanted to change the click pattern here, so it could be dependent on the click pattern. So if I just wanted to do like, starting almost like, 9 plus 3, or if I want to do like 6 plus 6, you could do that. So just change the click pattern. And when you go to your transport menu, and you go to your metronome setup, you'll have different click patterns. So you could say for 12/8, I want, a different default, and you could have your own different pattern library of patterns. So try that. Just make sure that you change the click pattern to the pattern you want, and then go to the master timeline in the editor and make sure that you have use metronome click pattern layer level for grid line emphasis. Okay, just reading through comments. All right, I know we had some people that had sent some questions in, so let's go take a look at some of those. Let me open this. I think I have a project set up. Okay, I'm going to revert this quickly. Okay, so all right, so we had a question from Peter Frampton sent in. Legendary guitarist, longtime Steinberg guy. So he wanted to know how to print and just record the reverb of like a guitar part or an audio part without recording, just to print that in real time. So let's say if we have a So let's say if I have this vocal.
We played our records into the night.
So with reverb. So what I did is, and what we want to do is just to record only the reverb but not the source material. So I added a group track. Instead of an effects channel track, I added a group track. And on the insert for the effects channel, or for the group track rather, I put a reverb.
I turn it up, you wouldn't mind.
So that's there. And what I want to do now is I'm going to take this group. Let's go to the routing. Instead of going to the stereo out, I'm going to say no bus. And I created a stereo audio track. And then its input is coming from the reverb. So what I want to do now is, as I record, we will record.
I turn it up, you wouldn't mind. Up until now, that was okay. Guess all along I was so naive. Now you're packing boxes, ready to leave.
All right, so now we'll go ahead and listen to that. And so when we listen to just this particular audio file, it'll be the print of the reverb.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind. Up until now, that was okay.
And we listen to this.
Turn it up, you wouldn't mind.
that's dry. So once again, I created a group channel. I routed this track to the group channel just via a send. On the group channel as an insert, I put the effect plugin, and then I set its routing to no bus, and then created an audio track. And at this point, set its input from the reverb group that I created, and then just hit record. And we play them both together.
Up until now,
If we wanted to.
that was okay. Guess all along
we'll
I was
unmute.
so naive. Now you're packing boxes, ready to leave.
So that's how you could do that. And if you wanted to go back to how the reverb was sounding before, just set this to stereo out. And as you go on,
Laid out on the floor, I've got to choose what's mine and what's yours.
so that's how you could print just the reverbs isolated. All right. So next question. Thanks for the question, Peter. He's a wonderful musician. So I'm looking forward to his book coming out in October. Okay, so question from Dan. How would you have someone use their voice to do beatbox sounds, take that recording and convert it to virtual drum or MIDI drum sounds? A client wants to beatbox drum loop ideas and have me turn that into other drum sounds to make a beat. I was thinking of maybe there's a way to slice up his beatbox vocal riff and put that into Groove Agent to create individual hits for kick, snare, hi-hat, etc. based on the beatbox audio. Would that work? Yeah, definitely. So let's take a quick look. And we will come over here. So I looked all over YouTube this morning for a quick all right, so I took that beatbox and I just dropped it into Groove Agent here. And then from the edit tab, I just created slices. So and so if I want to, at this point, just kind of drag this pattern over. Once I created the slices, I could drag that pattern over. But what I want to do is replace individual sounds. So let's say I wanted to find a different snare. So I will just come to media and let's say loops and samples and let's say snare. So at this point, all right, and I'll just okay, so I'll take this snare and I'm just going to drag it over. And now as we play, and let's find a kick. So I'll drag that over for the kick. And now as we kind of play back this pattern, so let's say, so now I could just kind of replace the samples. So that's how you could kind of take what, you know, was maybe the genesis of the drum loop as a beatbox kind of thing and be able to replace the samples and keep the same rhythmic, to keep the same groove like that. Okay, so next question was mailed in. We already answered about the right click. So I see a question. My girlfriend works with a project in Cubase 10 Elements on Windows. I want to grab the vocals from the project into Pro and do Very Audio changes, then bring the vocals back to Elements with the changes. I think you mentioned a way recently is about flattening the Very Audio vocals to write in the changes into the file, but I have tried both flattening and bouncing, but still Elements complain that there is Very Audio and audio that will be ignored. Is there a way to burn the Very Audio changes into vocals, then load the vocals into Elements? Okay, so I just kind of did, just that. So I took two different files in this particular project when I had it muted. So let's say we'll hear some of the kind of tuning discrepancies here because this one is tuned in Very Audio. So, and what I did is, I was in Very Audio and I just did like a hard tuning and I switched some of the notes around. And then I went to the functions to flatten the file. So if we want to listen to the two files here. So the top is untuned, and then I changed some of the notes coming up, maybe like here.
Records into the night.
So this is the tuned and the untuned.
I turn it up, you wouldn't mind. Up until that.
So once I did that, I just at that point I just did a flatten files. And I went and I just tried this. I opened it up into Cubase Elements. I took both of those files and I imported the files from the project folder, the audio folder in the project. And here we go. This is in Cubase Elements now. So this is the tuned vocal here. We're just going to have the pitch
Played
change.
our records into the night. I turn it up, you wouldn't mind.
And it just kind of played back as a normal file after flattening. But I just imported it. Like I just went here and chose to import audio file. And I went into the audio file from that project. And that's where I imported it from. And it seemed to just open without any kind of fuss. So give that a try again. If not, send me an email. So see, do you think it would be possible for Steinberg to replace the stock 4-band EQ with the frequency plugin in the mixer channel in future releases? So, there's obviously different capabilities. I think there's also, you have the ability of running that as, a plugin, and that doesn't come with all versions of Cubase. And sometimes, changing an EQ could be a really critical thing for users for compatibility sake. If you look at the original EQ settings here, you can have different modes of the EQ for the algorithms for the EQ. So when you come here, you could have, parametric 1, parametric 2. For project compatibility, parametric 1 was the first generation, over 20 years ago. And that's still a favorite EQ by many engineers. Elliot Shiner, probably one of the most highly regarded engineers in the world. That's, parametric 1 first generation EQ was really critical. And that's his favorite EQ in the world, just kind of the built-in stock EQ for what it does, and he was doing all of the Steely Dan catalog, remixing it. And I remember him telling me, he's like, please never, ever, ever change this algorithm, because if that algorithm changed, my mixes would be so different and I'd be fearful that I would never be able to get it recalled. So, making sure that you're going to have project compatibility from years and years ago, like changing the EQ could change the sound significantly. So I'm not sure if we'll see a change to frequency, but if you have it, you could obviously use it as part of any of your work. But understand that there's a lot of consequences for that. Okay, so we had a pretty extensive question about working with cues in Cubase, and I think I'll probably respond with kind of a more dedicated email, but just we'll go through. What is the best common practice in film scoring with multiple cues within a single project? So the question is, imagine a 40-minute film with 20 cues. How do you make sure that cue number 1 through number 20 stay in place and sync with the picture while adjusting cue number 10 in timing, length, and or tempo? So a lot of times, once we have, different elements in your project, that are set up, and if you want those to always be in place, you have the choice of doing linear or musical time based. So once you have everything kind of set up in your cue, what you want to do is, put that to linear, and then as you make tempo changes, none of those events will change their position. Can each cue have its own bar 1.1.1? If not, what is a common practice? Most of the times, I see composers that will work with multiple cues. Some, will work, several cues in one project. Some will have like an entire film in one project. Some people are working towards getting that, depending how extensive their template is. But there isn't a way necessarily to start each one at 1.1, but you could just come to your setup and just do bar offsets as you need it. So if you're working on a particular cue, you could just do an offset, but most of the time they're not. I haven't seen many composers that are starting each cue at different points in the film in a multi-cue starting at 1.1. But I understand why you may want to. How do you handle recuts of the picture when timing between cues needs to shift scoring the picture? Is it possible to work with EDL change lists? So Cubase doesn't have that, but Nuendo has built-in reconforming. So with Nuendo, you could have reconforming. So if you get an EDL change list from the video editor, you could just simply import that and do all the changes there. So if that's something that you're going to be doing with a lot of, if you're doing reconforming for your picture, consider Nuendo for that. If by means of a recut, say cue number 8 and 9 are now overlapping by a couple of bars, seconds, because a whole scene in between was deleted, this could be solved by speeding up the project Q8, say from 110 to 114 to make it shorter. Is there a way to have that tempo change affect only Q8, including the last bars of overlap in Q9 without affecting the timing and tempo of the first bars in Q number 9? So what would happen is once you do the reconform, it would cut out that moment in time globally. So as you do that, you may have to clean stuff up, but it will kind of cut that out globally for you to match the picture. So you may have to do a little bit of tweaking, but I don't think you have to do a lot. All right. So that was of the questions that were sent in. Let me go back to our timeline. Thanks again for all the wonderful questions. If you have learned something new, make sure that you hit the like button and that you have subscribed to the channel. All right, we can go for maybe another 8 minutes or so. So thanks for all the great questions. And we'll be doing another one of these Hangouts on Tuesday. Okay, so I just see a question. How about vocal chops? So let's take a look. And this could be very similar to what we do with let me just cut the agent. I'll cut the kit and let's take a vocal. So it's probably a horrible vocal for vocal chops, but I'll just kind of drag it in and we'll create slices. And all you have to do now is just kind of come right over here and let's just play back the groove agent. And you could. And let me just knock my controller down. So you could do stuff like that easily within Groove Agent. Okay, I see lots of discussion in Dutch. Maybe it's Dutch, I'm assuming. So, all right. I'm the quintessential dumb American who only speaks one language. So, okay, sir, how to make Yamaha PSR E363 as MIDI? It's urgent. I use Cubase 5. So I'm not sure if I'm not the PSR expert, but if you have a MIDI, if it has a USB connection, you could just have the USB go directly, for MIDI communication between the device, and you may have to have a way of sending or listening to the audio. So the MIDI will be sent back to the device, and you'd have to have a way of listening to the audio that's being generated by the PSR keyboard, either in headphones or going into an analog mixer, something like that. But that's all you have to do. Or if it doesn't have USB, you need to take a MIDI, like a 5-pin MIDI DIN cable to go in and out of your MIDI interface connected to your computer to your Yamaha keyboard. And then as you record in, you set the MIDI output to whatever MIDI interface or to the Yamaha PSR driver. So when we add a MIDI track, we could just say this is where my Yamaha PSR is connected. When you record the information in, it plays back. It's going to send MIDI to your PSR. Your PSR will generate sounds, and you'll need a way to take the audio out of your PSR and, either connect it, to a mixer or headphones or some way to listen to the audio coming out of your PSR. If you have Cubase 5, definitely upgrade. See James Graham saying, I'm here to learn some new stuff. I hope you've learned some new stuff. Question, is it true all quick control CCs can't be used anymore otherwise? So once you have the quick controls defined, what you could, all you have to do is just kind of come over here. So, and let's say I'll just kind of go to a preset here. So let's say I have that. And if I wanted to use my MIDI CC, let me see if I could just turn off. So let's say if I come here to my quick controls and I set this to not connected. Let me just see if that's the right one. So I'll set this to not connected. So then it's just transmitting MIDI CC data. So, and then if I have the inputs assigned to here to my Nectar, then it's going to automatically control the quick controls. So, and that makes sense because once you kind of define those, you want to be able to have, consistency that wherever you are, those 8 controls are defined. But you could just simply turn off, you could just simply turn it off for your quick controls temporarily if needed. Okay. Okay, so I just see, is there any comfortable exchange possible between Logic, Cubase, and Nuendo? So a lot of people do standard MIDI files and AAF. And that's probably the best way to get files back and forth between Cubase, Nuendo, and Logic. So I see question, did Donnie use a master stereo backtrack in his live performance, or is he opening separate projects to move from song to song, or how did the projects get loaded for seamless transitions? He would have his whole set laid out in one Cubase project, and he would have, I think the drummer had a wireless, like M Audio Oxygen controller, and a drummer could hit a key and that would advance to the next marker or to a particular song using the generic remote. So he would have, and at that point we only could do so many, so he would navigate to different markers or different cycle markers when he ran out of navigatable markers. But he had everything in one project, but it was multi-track and it was MIDI, and he would have it so that, strings and extra background vocals and sweetening tracks were all multi-track. Okay. See, does Cubase have any vocal plugins? There's, for plugins that are dedicated to vocals, there's, obviously a lot. So you're going to have like the tuning plugins are very popular. You could also if you go to your pitch correct, pitch shift. So if you want to have pitch correct plugin, you could also have plugins for if you want to do some really interesting stuff, like Cloner is where you could make one voice kind of sound more like multiple voices in a very slick way. There's reverbs, delays, different, compressors, EQs. Okay, see if we get one more quick question in. Okay, so I see maybe I should be a little more specific. Does Cubase have a vocal plugin that can change your vocal sound? So one that's kind of interesting that a lot of people don't realize, and I think we're just about out of time, but check out the pitch correct plugin. And there's 4 minutes in there. So we're going to lose our free YouTube closed captioning, but I just want to thank everyone for a wonderful hangout, and we'll see you Tuesday at the same time. We've gone about 4 hours. So thanks for all the wonderful questions. I want everyone to have a great weekend, and we'll see you coming up on Tuesday of next week, and we'll go ahead and end the stream. So thank you so much.